Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. I hope you had Happy Christmas, and yeah, CCC 39 is happening right now. I was going to go there. I couldn't get tickets, unfortunately. It's possible to watch most of the stuff that's happening online, and most of the stuff that's happening. There's plenty of stuff in like smaller room that I guess is not recorded. But the stuff that is streamed, I took a quick look, and it's a mix of English and German content, and you know, I don't speak German good enough to translate this, so I guess we will wait for the CCC to finish, for the recordings to be published. CCC has their own video player that you can download on F-Droid. And then we will watch the talks there. And only selected talks, probably stuff relevant to feeling of computing, let's say. I guess this Abra term is a very good, say, term for the stuff that I find interesting. Now, there are some things we managed to do during the last stream. We managed to basically fix all of the bugs related to the Automat sync system. Let me quickly show you how it works. So we have this object here, which can be monitored. I can start monitoring, and now space is active. I can stop monitoring, now it's inactive. And I can synchronize the state of monitoring with some external object. You cannot see anything, but when I am pressing space, when I activate this activates the monitoring. So now I have an object that can monitor the state of a key being pressed. And there are a couple other objects which I think also had this ability. I don't remember. Maybe this is the only one, I'm not sure. Anyway, I can connect multiple objects like that. And you can see both of them are active. When I switch this off, they stop being active. And even when I activate it from one of those objects, they both become active. It is impossible to desynchronize the state of those objects now, because they are synchronized. This whole new mechanism within Automat which synchronizes the state of different interfaces. I can even get rid of this one, and you can see that when I activate some of them, they all become active. Now, the relation between those objects is totally invisible. This is something that we will do during the next stream. Today, what I want to do is I want to make it possible for top-level objects like this key presser itself. The state of the key is another thing that could be synchronized. So I also want to connect state of the key as syncable object to something. I want to allow top-level objects to be syncable with other things, because right now we are synchronizing a field of an object. For instance, from this object, if I right-click, there is no option to sync here. Basically, the goal is to make it synchronous. Sync here, sync here. If I sync multiple times. Oh yeah, there is a crash here. Interesting. Okay, so let's get coding. I haven't seen the plan for CCC, but yeah, we'll see. Lightning tongues are usually the coolest. They are the most condensed ones. I see there is an English lightning talk right now. So long streams, and I want to watch all of them. Okay. There is this sync action. This is what is really relevant. This is what happens when I finish the sync. So I call this function. I think this function should basically make sure that the object's sync block, if they are non-null, then they are different. Okay, and this is the bug fix for the crash we've just seen. Yeah, so what happened was that we entered an infinite loop. Let's see here, just synchronize here. They're all synchronized, and let's sync again. And now nothing happens. Cool. Cool. Okay, maybe there's the option to stop syncing. That sounds like a reasonable thing to do. I actually think that this could be more general. This could apply to all kinds of interfaces, not necessarily on-off. Let me fix this quickly. Do I need template I? I don't think I do. one template less. I like some spaces around the function. Get this. Okay, this is actually problematic point. We depend on on-off here. And so I'm changing the pointer to reference. It's possible that the C++ compiler can... References are fairly constrained in C++. They cannot be reassigned. So it's like const here. I also do the same here. Boom. Seems to be working. Okay. I'm actually wondering, maybe the object should not provide interfaces itself. So many objects in Automat, they inherit from some interfaces, like on-off. This is an interface, and some objects just derive from this. Okay, so if an object implements several interfaces, it will derive from this class multiple times. This is a diamond inheritance. And each base class of this is going to have a separate virtual pointer. But I think it is a little bit nice to treat an object as if it was an interface. Or for the case of those keys, it's like the state of the key can be synchronized with some other object. Like there should be an option to sync here. Sync or turn on. So here I can check if the object is an on-off interface. If it is, needs to be a pointer to the interface. So like that. Yep. Now this object here, it got more options. I can turn it on and off from the menu. And I can also do syncing from this menu. Let me check something. This object. Yes. Yep. Pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that things are starting to work like that. So what happened now is that I have synchronized left button press with the state of this thing, so that when it activates in a second, it's going to press the mouse button for me. When I do this myself, it doesn't quite work, because when I press my mouse button, it just sends a double mouse down event. And I release it, and the operating system thinks the button is released. Such a crazy mechanism. Yes, there will be one problem here. It's that if an object implements many interfaces, it's not going to be clear which interface can be synchronized. I wanted to test something. When I have a key presser, for example, something that's monitoring space, like this one, and okay, it doesn't implement the on-off interface directly yet, I guess, so let's fix that. So this is my key presser object. It implements long running for some reason. Also implements runnable. Okay, I think I'm going to change that. From now on, it's going to be just implementing on-off. And let me just check if timeline. Yeah, it's using this forecasting. should be able to get rid of those base classes. And I think on-off interface needs those two virtual methods to be implemented. So instead of on-run, on-cancel, and us on-running, we'll have those three methods here. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and yeah, let's do this. So, what happens when you press the key down? Is what should happen. Play a sound Send the key event. And do this maybe? Wake widgets animation? Yeah. And when we turn it off, vice versa. On run, on cancel. Stop running, okay. It's kind of much cleaner, I have to say. It makes much more sense to implement it like that instead of on run and on cancel. I think a couple bugs may have appeared. Maybe this long-running task. I think I need to track the state of the key now. Yeah, this is a boolean that I wasn't even using. I guess I should. Use object option. Unimplemented virtual method is on. Oh yeah. We should do this. let's start monitoring. And let's synchronize the state of the key. With this, okay. That doesn't trigger anything. But I think the plumbing isn't finished. I think when we receive button event, we should send a notification. Yeah. Keylogger key down. We are comparing the key. We're doing this schedule next. It's questionable. Okay, I think I just messed something up. It should be off, it should be on. Yeah, it works. Now I can hook up a key to a Boolean switch. Synchronize. Yeah, so when I'm holding space, it activates this object here. I actually wonder, can I hook this up to a mouse button? Yeah. Now I connected space. Space key is connected to my mouse button.
T-Vone 1960 says,
Can you explain what is mean? Mahal sync options. Automati, new programming. And I knew Linux, but I did understand what you do.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I haven't seen you in some time. So by default in Automat, we had this ability to pass control flow. Control flow is just this next connection. So it was rather easy to have many objects that are kind of synchronized like that. Where one object executes, it passes control to the next one. This sort of scheduling is what Automat used to have so far. In automation, there are many places where it's valuable to is make sure that two things stay synchronized. Like when one thing is happening, another thing should also be happening. So now Automat is getting this new mechanism, which is invisible. Like you don't see anything. Things are just happening there. And this is that you can connect some objects, this sync option here, with others. For example, the state of the space button is now synchronized with this object here, and also with this mouse button. So when I press my mouse button, my space, the left mouse button is also pressed. It's just a convenient way to start and stop different things. I guess I can also connect it to a timer. Can I sync with the timer? Oh, I cannot. This is probably because of there is no override here. Ah, yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah, so it's possible to hook up some objects together and they will do stuff together. There are some remaining features in Automat, like you can see that this option here, when I drag it, some funny things start happening. I can hook it up to a number field. Again, you don't see the arrow. This part is broken right now. Yeah, it's just possible to synchronize some Automat objects with one another. Yeah, instead of this cable, now we have the sync option, which is not represented as a cable. I do have an idea for how we will represent it, but we will do this during the next stream. The visualization for synchronization is going to be cool. It's going to be cooler than cables. Yeah, nice side effect of this is that it's very easy to create key bindings now. Or like mouse bindings, I guess mouse would also, oops. Yeah, this mouse is gone now. But mouse could also work in this probably like recording mode where it's active and it watches the state of the left mouse button. Yeah, this is pretty sweet. So the next thing I would like to expose is the activation state of a window. I think I will remove this run option from on-off. Runnable. Yeah, the visualization is going to be pretty cool, I think. Okay, so we made it possible to sync top-level objects directly. I think this hotkey should also be probably. Should probably expose the on-off property, but maybe I will add this as a to-do for. Or later. There will be a lot of refactoring for this on-off system to work nicely. Okay. Next thing is the option to stop the syncing from happening. So a couple of months ago I said I want to avoid using many as much as possible. And now I'm using it more and more. It's a trap. It's a trap. I will have to try to figure out good visual metaphors for all those start syncing, stop syncing actions. I guess things are not crashing, so I can push this to GitHub. Okay, option to stop syncing. It should be in this file somewhere. I'll just call this interface.
"772 says,
Hello, hello.
Hey,
How was your Christmas?
very well. I got a bunch of, what do you call this? Marzipan sweets, which are my favorite. So I'm super happy. Okay, let's just add this. So if interface has a non-null sync block, okay, and before I even go here, why is this weak pointer? And interface not combined.
I didn't know assignments evaluated to expressions in C.
In if this is actually not a full statement. I mean, it's not an expression. It's a very special if syntax. So here, inside an if, you can have an initializer, which is an optional before the condition. And the condition is actually also optional if you have an initializer. Yeah, declaration, unfortunately, is not it's only allowed in this very specific place. It's good enough. It's like C++ is a messy language.
So, assignments aren't expressions?
So assignments are, but variable declarations are not expressions. I may have misspoken earlier. When you have type and a name, where you assign a type to a name, this cannot appear as an expression. You cannot introduce a new variable within an expression.
Oh, so assignments that also have declarations aren't expressions.
Yeah, and there's even a funny thing. This line, it's actually not, it's not really an assignment. This is actually calling a constructor, not an assignment operator. So this equality sign, it's not calling operator equal, it's calling constructor.
Because of the type of the variable.
No, it's because that equality, when you are declaring a variable, has a slightly different meaning than assignment later. So
Overriding operators.
so this is calling this. It's very tricky. Yeah, C++ is full of weird exceptions. This is why everybody hates this language. It was, it was innovating a lot when we, as this whole kind of industry, this whole field, we had no idea how to, for instance, properly do type hierarchies, operator overloading is of sketch in C++. Scala, I think that's a little bit better. Scala is crazy about operator overloading. What's the issue here? Oh, I just need to pass star. I think this is how it should be. So this nested weak pointer is a very tricky concept. The whole idea is that it can track resources across multiple threads. And a resource can go away. The weak pointer can actually lose the resource that it's referencing. And this is deliberate here. Because when I have an action that I'm dragging something with my finger, I want this. So here I can do sync, right? I'm dragging something like that. If I use my other pointer to drag this object around, it can go away. I'm still holding my left mouse button and I can release it and it doesn't bring the program down. So this way I can it's something that allows us to avoid bugs. Very simple thing. So I just combined those two things. This is good, very good. I need to construct it properly. Something like that. I'm going to change the signature of this function.
Basione37 says,
Hello. Can you close your window? I hear way too much wildlife.
Give me a sec. I don't notice this at this point. There is neighbors have a dog, which is sometimes kind of loud. Those things.
772 says,
I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, easy to filter. It's actually going to simplify some things. One of the things that I wish was different about C++ was the usage of arrow notation instead of dot. So annoying. Other languages have figured out that you can actually use dot. It's usually unambiguous.
I like having TRI braces on the line after a control flow statement. Why do people like it on the same line? Seems counterintuitive to me.
It's about visual density. This is the only reason I do this. Okay, it was good. In terms of memory layout, this stuff, this is super weird. This is a reference to a smart pointer, and that smart pointer, it's called nested. So because it's nested, it can refer, it actually has two pointers. The first pointer is a regular smart pointer that can track ownership, this PTR, and the second pointer is a row pointer that can point to some nested data.
Is it because it is easy to tell what the control flow blocks are by indentation, so we save space by not having a new line?
No, it's just about having one more line fit on screen. No. I can have this. I actually don't know how else would be placed. Like that, maybe? You know, this is already like, what, something like 10 spaces, 10 extra lines on screen. Even more. If you do this with functions, the curly brace on the new line with functions, I guess that could make more sense, because function deserves some space. Function signature is the most important part. So that I would actually like. Whatever. I have an auto formatter that makes sure it's consistent. Interface here.
Bayesiona 33037 says,
Do you ever use ChatGPT to make fix code?
Not ChatGPT specifically. There are other models. If you look at benchmarks online, it's not updated very often, this arena, but it's really decent. And there are leaderboards here. And there are different categories, like what model is best in what task. There is, I guess, coding, web dev, web dev, reasonable. So, Clodopus, this is like the best model for coding right now. The difference in scores is almost 40 points. That's actually quite significant. To be honest, I haven't seen GPT 5.2 yet. I haven't tried using it yet. It's almost as good as Cloudopus. So 40 points, 40 ELO points is very little, but you probably wouldn't be able to tell. There's a way to translate from ELO points to percentages. So if you generate code with both of them, maybe a couple percent more often, Cloudopus will give you better code. Yeah, and those are free models. Those here, you can run them locally on your machine without ChatGPT. Those DeepSeek and Kimi. Yeah. I use this all the time, but very often it introduces very subtle mistakes which are very hard to catch. So in the end, it depends. If I'm starting a new project, I always start with LLM. LLM is very good at generating templates. When fixing bugs, sometimes it does stupid things. So it has to be used with care on existing code bases.
That's cool. I used ChatGPT to make code and documentation for my school project that I was supposed to be making 1 year consistently. I started everything when I had 2 days left and I can't even read the code myself, but it works.
Yeah, this is what matters. But for school projects, just kind of be careful. It's not really about finishing the project, it's about the mental exercise.
772 says,
Pedagogical Nightmare 101.
AI-generated code is very distinctive. It's some people write code like that, but it's very rare. It is very... You would think it's high quality, but the comments they're basically explaining what the next line does. And the point of comments is to tell you something that's not obvious from the code. So that's one hell. And they also tend to group the code into those blocks, which many people do, and it's actually a good practice. And they do this a lot, everywhere. Yeah. I actually think coding, maybe it's going to become obsolete. Who knows? That would be nice if they get slightly better, I don't know, maybe another 100 points better. Hey, is this code still working?
Bayesian Threer 3/3 says,
At the exam, I thought they were gonna publicly expose me and kick me out, but when they asked, I told them only God knows what's written in the code.
Nice.
It worked.
And there is a saying, whatever works, works. Completely applies to AI-generated code. I really like that it's lowering the barrier for experimenting with stuff. You know, I guess lots of people who play games have some sort of like dream game that they would like to make, and now it's just very easy to do this. You literally describe the game that you would like to have to an LLM, and it makes it for you. It's not perfect, right? It's even usually not 3D. It's usually a web-based game, but still. Prototyping is so much easier now. It's not called approach. It should be called interface.
So you can make your dream game solo.
The quality is usually... It usually looks like a prototype, but this is actually a very good way to make games. You first create like end-to-end prototype of a game that looks shitty, doesn't have sounds, graphics are placeholders, but it has a menu, you can click, it has a gameplay loop, you can complete the game, you can kind of feel it. And then once the LLM made something like this for you, you can then polish it yourself. You can use LLM to polish it, and like I said, LLMs are very good at the start of the project, so the initial project that it will generate is going to be excellent. Maybe with some bugs, but then once you start iterating, iteration becomes slower. So LLMs are not very good at this, like, iteratively fixing stuff. Sometimes they do not simplify the code. They usually tend to increase the complexity more and more and more until the whole project breaks. But the initial framework that the code generates is very good. So if you want to make a game, it's a very good way to start. Just get the framework and then iterate on that. So my younger brother, he works in Activision on some AAA games, and he was reviewing students' work. Anyway, he was meeting some people at the university who also are teaching game development, and he showed them some prototypes generated by AI, and they were scared about the quality that the prototypes had. Those are like proper games, tiny games, unpolished, but they worked. Okay, things still seem to work. Start. And when I press space, it activates this object here.
Soon, AI is going to make critical impact on the jobs and lives of devs. We screwed.
Not necessarily. It's depends on how the AI is going to be distributed. If everybody is going to have access to AI like that, it's going to be pretty cool. The only problem would be if the access to this super powerful AI is limited and only, some selected group of people have access to this. So this is the only risk. If that doesn't happen, then future could be very interesting. The only thing I want from AI is to do the cleaning. Like, it would be nice if it could program, yes, but to me cleaning is more important.
Ashbourne 815 says,
Hello?
Hey,
Beziona 37 says,
Clankers are taking over.
yeah, I'm not negative against AI in programming. It would actually be pretty cool if I could just tell the AI to implement some of those features I want to have.
Ashbourne 815 says,
Row ACC to you, which is better for TTS student, a Mac or Windows?
Relastite says,
What do you think about Roombas and dishwashers?
They're perfect. The only thing we need is to have another robot that can actually empty the trash bags and put the dishes in and out. The same for washing machines. Like, we have all the machines that can do like almost everything. We just need another robot that can control all of them. Actually, speaking about AI, I think this is a good opportunity to try this because I just cleaned up a little bit of code. We will submit this, and this task here, option to stop syncing. Let's add this. So I have this Opus model selected. So please add a new menu option. So Claude uses a special file called claudemd and describes everything about the project. And this claudemd was written by Claude itself. It just scanned through code and tried to figure everything out. And some of this, it seems like it's obsolete already. But okay, let's ignore this. I submitted all of the code to GitHub. I will actually push this. because I don't want AI to mess up whatever is in there. Yeah, and I leave it to run. Let's see. This desync, this unsync option is something that I think it could work. It can be implemented by copy-pasting existing code.
Ashbourne 815 says,
Bro, according to you, which is better for CS student, a Mac, or Windows tight?
I would say Mac. If you are a CS student, you should probably get a Linux laptop though. Linux is not for everybody, but if you are going to be a programmer, then yeah, Linux is... It will be very good. Know it. It's super convenient. Even if you intend to develop for Windows or macOS or Android or whatever, it's good to have Linux as a development platform.
Thanks.
And with a VM, you could theoretically do this, but there is a difference. If you have a VM, you kind of have to deal with all of the madness of the base operating system. So you don't really get all of the benefits of having a same desktop environment. Like, for instance, a single key that will open a terminal, right? And a shell history. Like, it's very easy and fast to manipulate Windows on Linux. It's not so easy on Windows and macOS. Okay, I have two objects. I will start monitoring here. So this is monitoring. And this sync, I will connect here. So now when I press space, it notifies this object here. And now I can unsync. Yes, there is the unsync option. Okay. Let's read the implementation. Nice. Implemented in a single file. Yeah, it's just calling the unsync function. There is one more thing I wanted to fix in here. I don't think it has to be a template.
Relastide says,
The pros of Linux are that you can make it do anything exactly to your liking. The cons of Linux are that you can make it do anything exactly to your liking.
Yeah. It's easier to break stuff on Linux. Linux, it's not good for like end users. Like end users, like people who are not super technical. It's a controversial topic, but I think mainstream operating systems, they are just much more polished. Windows and macOS, they will never do anything stupid. Like, they will not delete important system files. And in Linux, if you delete important system files, it doesn't even ask you for confirmation, it just does it. It's easier to hurt yourself. Okay, sync block was not defined yet, so I need to... It's out of line. Sync block should not be here. So the point of this move is to keep this block alive. So this old block. Okay, I will test this in a sec. Be right back. Okay, let's see if stuff still works. I like removing templates and replacing them with a very straightforward code. I mean, not very straightforward, but more straightforward than it was. think I can probably also fix this. Okay, let's do the start monitoring. Sync it. Maybe let's sync it with one more. Check. Yeah, things still work. Look at that, we don't need mutex. Nice. And this is probably unnecessary. Oh. Okay. Actually, this was necessary. This is a cool trick. I didn't even realize this. So because I'm putting a template here, the compiler isn't compiling this function yet. And because of that, I can provide a definition of sync block. Let me check something. Can I put this here? Okay. No, I'm not doing anything useful, I'm just trying to somehow make the compiler happy and avoid templates. see if this will work. Of course not. Yeah, the previous version was better. Okay, option to stop syncing implemented. Sweet. The pyramid is slowly... Yeah, this is how the pyramid should be structured. The pyramid is slowly being tackled. We have two big topics. One is to highlight syncable targets. We can do this today. And sync visualization. Sync visualization, I was going to do this on the next stream, but the idea is there is a visual metaphor for synchronization. There are actually two of them. There is the icon for sync is looking like that. But I don't like arrows, and it's kind of looking like recycling. I don't think it's very obvious what it means unless you work with computers a lot. Yeah, there's this syncy icon. I guess this is actually a way better visualization, the one with folders. It shows that there are multiple objects, a given type. There are folders, and they are kind of sending something to each other. It's actually a pretty nice icon. In terms of, you can understand it. This is a nice visual design, but not super. Yeah, and this one with a phone and a cloud, the same. Those arrows they could be nice because visually there is an issue with the direction of data flow. So when monitoring is turned on, this object becomes, responsive. I switch this off, it stops being responsive. But it's possible to eliminate this monitoring state completely, so that this object will always monitor or never monitor depending on when it's connected to something. So this sync, we would connect this sync to another object, and now when I press space it works. Yeah, it would be nice if I could remove this monitoring field. Is this a good idea? Right, now I can use this mechanism, kind of start and stop monitoring by turning this on and off. So in this other way, well, let's imagine there is no monitoring boolean. Whenever I connect something, whenever I sync this to other object, bidirectional sync is started immediately. I could use the arrows, hypothetically, if there were arrows going between those two objects. I could hypothetically put arrows to indicate direction. For instance, that I want to react to space presses, but I don't want to send space presses out. I'm thinking, how could this work? So right now this object has this monitoring boolean. Monitoring boolean mean has this monitoring field, and this is the boolean that controls whether it's monitoring or not. I could add those two methods. So this one will be called when synchronization kind of starts, and on unsync will be called when it stops. And this will allow the object to start and stop monitoring when it needs to. Yeah, this direction is kind of important. I don't want all actions to happen in sync. Is there a symbol for this? Nope. Yeah, so another symbol for synchronization that I think I will go for is a symbol of a gear. Gears are the perfect physical metaphor for synchronization. The whole idea with the surface of the gear is that the shape of the teeth is the interface. When you have multiple gears, they need to have the same interface to mesh together. And it also works nicely with directionality, because if a sync is one-directional, there are one-directional gears, kind of, and this is the one-way clutch. They rotate together, but only in one direction. those are complex devices, unfortunately. It's not easy to visualize them in a way that would be understandable. But one potential way to visualize a one-way clutch would be something like that. So this is an alternative to regular gear. Not super even. Okay. Regular gear. One directional gear. We will rework them in Inkscape or Stable Diffusion. That's the idea. So when multiple objects can be synced, we would use the gear metaphor throughout the interface to symbolize this. This will not be just an icon of the gear. The gears will actually be part of the interface. So we will have a central object that symbolizes the sync, which will be somewhere. And it will be represented as a bunch of gears connected. A bunch of gears connected to a central gear or something like that.
The mechanism.
Yeah. And this will even play nicely with the animation, because when behind the scenes, when there is a thread where something happens, we get an event that, hey, a space was pressed. We can actually animate this in a cool way, because that would correspond to a single, tick of the gears. So they will actually rotate in the UI a little bit here. I think this cable is going to go away. I still don't know how to show the lines and shapes. Because for each interface, I want to associate a region in the design where this interface is kind of located. Like in Macro Recorder, there is this power button here. I would like to associate this power button with an interface so that you can synchronize this macro recording, for instance, with spacebar. So when you press spacebar, it records while the spacebar is being pressed. This kind of stuff. I forgot they were synchronized. Okay, so we'll use gears as the visual metaphors. Yeah, I think this is way better than arrows. And by changing the gear type, you will be able to say whether you want the interface to push the central mechanism or just be pulled by the central mechanism. But yeah, this requires some thinking. Let's see, maybe there is a document somewhere. Synchronization. Um, so in this sync protocol, like in this sync dance, there are a couple of ways that objects can participate. Objects, let's call them members. Let's call them syncables. We need proper terminology, syncables. Okay, right now, when an object is synced, both of those apply. So is it possible that an object wants to be notified? But not receive, but not be able to send events? This is interesting because this is kind of symmetric somehow. I think when there are only two objects participating in the, when there are only two syncables, and then this distinction doesn't matter. With the gear metaphor, it would be kind of possible to do this. We would have this central gear unit, which would be just a regular gear, and smaller gears kind of plugging into it. And those gears could be connected with, I don't know, maybe transmission belts, maybe each of the tildes, which can expose an interface when it's connected, will be visualized as a transmission belt connected to some gear. I mean, when there are syncables, those two situations are symmetric. Yeah, I think this will work very nicely. So we need to control this probably as booleans. So each member of a sync block will have those two booleans. Let's go to interface. interface has 16 bytes. It's 8-byte pointer. Java has a notify, and wait, I remember, it was very important. In Java, notify is very weird because it's part of the core object type. It's used for thread notifications, something very, very different. Thinking of different ways to do this. It's also possible to have a mismatch between sync block and between the members of sync block and the back pointers from interface to the sync block. So if an object wants to receive updates, it's part of the sync block. If it's not part of the sync block, it is not receiving updates. And yeah, this is actually interesting. There's no need for extra booleans. In this mechanism, it will require those two methods to let the object know that updates are important. If we are interested in updates, we kind of subscribe, unsubscribe. So the idea here is that full sync would involve pointers back and forth from sync block. So the fun thing is that sync block, it's like a second class object. Other objects can have a pointer to sync block, but sync block only has weak pointers back to objects. So if a sync block doesn't have any owning pointers, it's going to be destroyed. Maybe this should be a weak pointer, and this should be tracked by the machine.
In messages.
Hello, Lord and Lady Lords.
Hey, okay, I think this is how it should work. As null PTR pointers. This will be slightly more efficient. And I think it's kind of elegant. It avoids some edge cases. There is this famous paper in programming. What's it called? Out of the tar pit. It's talking about complexity in programming, this out of the tar pit paper. And the most valuable thing from this paper is that it recommends an architecture for apps that... So the argument it says is the follows. In a perfect world, computers are infinitely fast. And if they are infinitely fast, then we don't really need to store redundant data. There is no redundant data. Everything is recomputed all the time. And in this programming style, it's super inefficient on one hand side, but there are no data synchronization issues. So the takeaway: eliminate redundant data. If you see any bit in the program that can be computed from some another bit, eliminate it, replace it with a function, and you have more robust program now. It's impossible for the two things to be out of sync. With booleans. Simple. Like you read the code, you know what it does.
Potato M6K says,
Is this a TTS stream?
Yep, as you can hear.
Do you use your eye tracker for input, or is that just for us?
Yeah, it is possible to use this for input. There are even dedicated apps for this.
Says, hello Potato Mem 6 key. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
So I'm using Tobii eye tracker. Tobii is like the only company that makes consumer eye trackers I know of. I haven't investigated this a lot. But I kind of do not recommend them because their driver support is kind of weird. No, there is a bit of code in TTS that recognizes Polish. And apparently it thought that PPPPP is a word in Polish. Anyway, Talon, yeah, this is the name of this thing. Let me see. Oh, no. I just saw what you sent, so you are silenced now. So the wiki seems to be gone, but this app, this is an app for eye tracking. I actually don't see it here. It's an app for blind people that can be used for doing stuff on desktop, basically. It's possible to hook it up to your mouse, keyboard, yeah, and to use it to type. And there are some games that also support Tobii.
I have a Tobii as well, but it's only connected to my gaming console, Windows desktop. It needs like 3 separate Electron applications running to work.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. If you... And I think they have an SDK for games that makes it kind of decent using of this eye tracker. In the stream bot, so this is the app that kind of controls the stream. This is basically how I do eye tracking. So this is connecting with Tobii, and 60 times per second it takes the current gaze position and prints this to std out. Potato, you are silenced. Yes, he's not going to speak anything for you now. Okay. I don't think you understand what I'm talking. I think this is a reasonable plan.
Just wiring it up to left click might be nice, even less reaching for mouse.
I can tell you how it felt when I used it for some time. It is actually more effort to move your eyes than mouse, because your eyes, they tend to move by themselves. Even before you think something, your eyes move somewhere. So using eyes as an input method, it's kind of exhausting because you have to constantly focus on where you are looking. It's like using breathing to control, your desktop. On the one hand, you do this all the time, so it should be natural, but it becomes very uncomfortable once you start doing this. You just can't look wherever you want, because that would start moving the mouse. You have to stare at some position on screen and keep looking there, and yeah, you just cannot let yourself look at the screen normally.
That makes a lot of sense.
It works in some games. It works in some games where you kind of look somewhere anyway. I remember there was a Tomb Raider game where it used gaze for you to peek behind the corner. So if your character was standing behind the corner, if you kind of looked, it wasn't looking the gaze, it was looking your head position. If you moved your head like that, your character would actually peek behind the corner. That was really nice. That was the nicest feeling part of this.
I use it mainly in Flight Sim Star Citizen to look around and selecting targets by looking at them.
Yeah. Maybe if you combine it with some kind of space to activate something, maybe then it would work. It would be more comfortable. But yeah, it's a nice input method. Some laptops have this built-in. VR headsets, I guess, now also do have this built-in. Interesting device, but for most people, I think it would be unused most of the time. Yes, testing the TTS is... when you're speaking in TTS, I'm getting kind of distracted. I'm trying to usually kind of focus here. So writing long sequences of single letters on TTS that's the way to get silenced. Yeah, I was thinking about this one-way sync. I guess I will have to change the interface slightly. So... So I need an API to establish, maybe we should call them somehow. Send only sync. Receive only sync. You're being kind of intrusive. And we already have an API for by directional sync. So this send only sync. So right now I have this invariant in this class that the sync block always has at least 2 members. If it has less than 2 members, it goes away. Maybe this invariant should be removed. And this enum is not going to actually be used anywhere, it's just for illustration. Maybe instead of calling this sync block, I can call this send, sync send. Because if this is empty, then it means I'm not sending anything. So the lifetime of this sync block, this is what's problematic to me now. It's possible to have a bunch of receive-only things. And I don't want the sync block to kind of go away. I think there is a way to do this. So possible to do this, to directly access owning references. And the idea here is that we will insert a I don't know. How does the lifetime management of sync block should look like? On one hand side, it kind of makes sense. Sync block has no reason to exist if there are no interfaces that will send notifications there. A sync block needs at least one of those interfaces, otherwise it's pointless. Kind of makes sense to have a sync block with just a single member. Or no members at all. We'll tweak this API a little bit. So we'll have an API to create just a sync block. And I think that could actually work nicely with the user interface. So in the UI, once I do this sync, it will create, I will be dragging a gear essentially. I'll be able to drag this gear and drop it on another object. or drop it even in space. It will be single element sync block. Yeah, this will be kind of nice. So if I drag sync to another object, they will be joined together into a sync block. But if I drop this in the empty space, it's going to create just a basic sync block. This could be simplified a little. I'm actually thinking sync block should just be a regular object. Managed through standard object management functions. Or maybe no. Maybe we need those two functions. Sync on unsync.
Meister Chica says,
Hello.
Hey, I'm wondering about edge cases of this sync system. For instance, what happens if two objects have different types of one-way sync and the sync blocks are merged? If the two objects have a receive-only sync, then this is not going to work.
Sometime in future, I will move my casting header here.
URL.
Type name. I have a very funky implementation of type name, which I guess is probably doing something similar. Yeah, essentially at compile time you can get the name of the type with the type of function, but then you have to demangle it. Pretty function. What is in the pretty function? I guess it gives you the type name, right? It's actually not bad. And because it's a template, you can probably have a static storage, right? Yeah, I wonder what are the trade-offs. This is definitely allocating for each type on which you call this. It's going to guarantee that this type has a.
I was thinking of doing something like
String.
this.
URL.
But then I decided it was too much.
This is honestly the biggest one, name of enum. Yeah, I think right now I am using this RTTI. Except it's a custom version. I feel like 90% of this header is useless. Like the only thing which is actually valuable is the stuff that you have here. And actually then no, it's not going to work for derived types. For derived types you have to do the boilerplate and implement some method to do this. Yeah, so my problem was something different. Yeah, my problem was that I really wanted to have RTTI-based naming, so that I can just give it a pointer and it gives me a name of what this pointer points to.
Knight says,
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Knight. So there is just one place where sync is being called right now. I think this line should be able to create a sync block. Yeah, and I think this should create a bi-directional sync by default. And there are two ways to attack it. Send, add, receive. If there are multiple receive only kind of sync object. Going to be interesting. So an object will possibly be a target of multiple post receive only syncs. Okay, so sync is going to just create an empty, either create or return an empty new sync block. Maybe even a reference to sync block. Or copy, whatever. if we are assigning sync block, we will call this onSync, a virtual function. In unsync, oh, this will be tricky.
Beyond Themera says,
Hey,
Hey,
what are you doing?
long story. On the top level, you know, there are games which are kind of repetitive. Yeah. So we are writing a utility similar to AutoHotkey that can be used to replay macros. And the macros, they are built using kind of pieces that can be connected, reconnected in many funny ways. So a macro like this I can play, and it's going to move my cursor, and it's going to move pretty much everything. It even clicked itself again, so it restarted. And now it missed the button. That's the idea. If you know AutoHotkey, this is like a visual environment that does something similar to AutoHotkey. So on a high level, on a low level, I'm working on a new mechanism where multiple objects can synchronize their state. Like, here are two switches. This is just an on-off switch, on-off. Now it's possible to synchronize two of them. And it's also possible to synchronize state of key. So for example, when I press space, the space can trigger other object on and off.
I am new here.
And it's TTS laggy. It's possible to also hook this up to other buttons, so I can synchronize the key with the left mouse button. And now when I press space, my mouse is being pressed. So I'm not using my mouse button anymore, I'm using the space to press the mouse button. It's pressing left mouse button, so it doesn't move everything.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and this synchronization is very new idea. I'm still trying to figure out how this could work. Like, one potential problem is that so space is synchronized to this button here, right? So you'll get rid of the mouse. So it turns it on, but it's synchronized both ways. So when I click this, it's equivalent to pressing the space button. And sometimes I don't want that. I want the synchronization to be one way. So I'm trying to figure out how to do this one-way synchronization right now. There is no interface, anyway, but still, it's something that should be possible. This is going to be useful, for instance, for window activity tracking. So, when there is a window in the system somewhere, quite often I want to have custom keyboard shortcuts that are only active when a given app is active. So only when, for example, the Z editor is being activated, only then I will activate, for example, this hotkey. So I would synchronize this with this in here.
Diox Nexus says,
Need tea, sore throat.
Hey, Nexus. Yeah, there is no UI. So a lot of the things that are happening right now, they are totally invisible. There is an invisible connection here between those two. So this switch controls the monitoring state of this space key presser. And the value of the key is synchronized with this object here.
Beyond the Mirror says,
When will this be ready and can I use?
You can use this already, but it's very buggy, so it may crash. It's on GitHub. Automat. There is also automat.org. It is coming to Steam soon. I just need to figure out those crashes. I mean, not crashes. Actually, I don't need to figure out anything. I guess I could just throw this on Steam. Should work. I'm wondering whether I'm doing that this it's a good idea. So what will happen?
Meister Chica says,
You have STD. Unreachable.
Oh, cool. Thanks. It's going to go away soon, I'm afraid. Because I think I will... So this is unreachable because I decided early on that when objects are synchronized, there need to be at least two objects being synchronized together. In principle, it could be possible to create this sync block for a single object or even no object. A sync block can exist without any objects. But
Wouldn't that make code after else block unreachable?
after else block unreachable. No. Only this line is unreachable. This is fine. Once I remove this, once I switch to this approach, this will have to work differently. Anyway. Now I have this sync block thingy.
Also, one thing to keep in mind, calling CTD. Unreachable is ISO-defined, UBI.
Deluxe Nexus says,
Bag with herbal tea literally looked like someone just packaged a bunch of drugs.
So you say this could be a different kind of undefined behavior.
If I start seeing weird shit on Call the Cops, let me enjoy it.
Speaking of tea, I recently found a nice tea. There is some Indian chai. They add like a bunch of spices to the tea. It's actually not really a tea anymore. It's mostly just a lot of spices in water. Still tastes mostly like black tea, like those fancy teas that you can get in a coffee shop.
Beyond the
Then spicier.
says,
Your site is really cool.
Thanks.
Meister Chica says,
Whoop whoop, it's sound of the police.
Deluxe Nexus says,
Soup, the
Okay, so unsync.
Beyond the Mirror says,
How did you make your site that notebook open effect?
And that was some CSS transforms.
Deluxe Nexus says,
And you can animate
Yesterday I
them.
visited the Divinity
Those.
website. You can get a press kit with screenshots, logos, and trailers. Pretty cool. It's that new Larian game.
Nice. I think it's also possible to create a perspective. I think by default there should be some perspective. Okay, I will get rid of this sync function. Or I don't know. Yeah. I will get rid of this. So what I am doing, I am asking an interface for a sync block.
Math, in 10 years' time, could you remake all this, but in all machine code?
That is a possibility, yeah. Will be super tricky, but I guess different pieces, Automat. Some of them make sense to be implemented in, not in machine code, in assembly. Or maybe in machine code, if I do this from Automat.
Meister Chica says,
Automat enchanced, you get punch tape.
Because I actually am not sure, because when I when I'm using those objects here, theoretically, this is machine code. But assembly is the name for these mnemonics here. But really, when I'm working with instructions, for example, this one, right? If I type something like, I don't know, 9, you can see that it updates, immediately. And, when you combine them, this literally concatenates the machine code. So,
Nexus says,
What would be funny if he used Automat to make Automat create Automat in machine code? Automat.
yeah. So, I'm not sure if this is coding in assembly or machine code or something else. I think it's something else.
Beyond the Mirror says,
It would be Inception.
Dias Nexus says,
Automatception. Tall.
Goodbye. Oh, it crashed.
Meister Chica says,
Kids use contraception.
Trying to do this full sync.
We already are not weird ideas here. We don't new ones to come after 16 years.
Dirk's Nexus says,
Making this in machine code is the ultimate goal.
There are probably some benefits we could get out of machine code, like I'm actually not sure. So the biggest benefit of machine code is that you don't have to follow the C calling convention. You don't need stack frames. You can just organize your program as a flat list of sequences with different points being different, procedures. But then compilers are not that bad. They can probably produce something close enough.
Beyond the Mirror says,
Why not vacuum tubes or pure silicon?
There were things like that. Lisp, Lisp, right? You can compile Lisp. And there was apparently a computer that implemented the Lisp virtual machine in Silica. Some of this, like pushing and popping, probably influenced x86.
Dias Nexus says,
Just convert Automat into pure energy and be done with it.
Okay, full sync. The goal. Okay, so actually full sync is like two different sync types.
My tea is like drinking salad soup.
Okay, those two functions will be, I think, easier. I'll be right back.
Maury says,
High Mathel came from the recommended page. 3.
Hey, hello. Okay, we're doing this sync thingy.
Meister Chica says,
How can this guy be live for 38 hours?
Dice Nexus says,
Pure skill and dedication.
It's Speaking of, I'm kind of getting hungry, but CCC is happening right now. And there's probably a live stream. I'm just curious what is playing. Supplements. This is something in German. Programming. Something. Is it actually subtitled? I guess it is. Audio, please.
More or less, the targets were picked out by hand. And
There is an interpreter. Nice. Nice.
Before 2023, then they used GPS data.
Meister Chica says,
When is next BSC?
And what they understood now is that the number of targets that
BSC?
were generated would take
Earth Nexus says,
It said power cycle, so my default train of thought was there is power cycling and possibly power outage in maths area.
more than 100 meters, so it's very inaccurate. And at the same time, it's not important if the number's right or wrong or where it's
Meister Chica says,
Better software conference.
Ah, yeah.
the last line on my slide is
Typically those conferences are around the same time of the year. We could check.
dynamic
I'm honestly not...
of the
I'm
system.
not a huge fan of Better Software Conference. It advertises some purist approach to programming, which I don't like.
Available, and we had
Earth Nexus says,
I hear power, and I'm thinking about national power grid.
had bombs left over, so they would adapt the system just to shoot out the remaining bombs for the day. So maybe we had 30 or 30,000.
I don't understand what this title means. Let me check this.
Blow out all. And suddenly all the data and the numbers behind that just doesn't have any meaning. at that
Select
point. But you just need a number. And
What is all the system based upon? So we now will look at the technical infrastructure. So maybe it has to be added that the vendor has been deployed since 2021. So if you're interested, the Israeli scholar Mari Wind has written a book about this called
Yeah.
Tales of Irene
So
Stevens.
CCC has a lot about security. And I see the current talks are all about security.
Knows this as well, the connection between military and clouds. Of course, you don't want to have a connection between this. And then clouds and AI. Of course, the cloud is being provided by Microsoft, Amazon, Cisco, and
Vendor online high.
acquisition of data
Surrealen.
couldn't be anyone else but Palantir, of course, and the
Is this Polish thing?
No. It's German. Actually, don't know what it says. I guess Captain Chica probably knows because he's, I guess, somehow
there is actually
related to Germany.
several employees
I learned German. I don't know how to speak it. Oh.
who are like a hacker unit.
Und das Ganze trifft jetzt aber auf eine Verbraucherschaft.
And use that. And this needs a consumer base that don't really know about what these substances do. So who of you knows what vitamin D or vitamin B12 costs when acquiring it? But when selling frozen pizza, you can estimate how much is the flour, how much is the cheese, the tomatoes. Well, you buy it as a per kilo, not per ton.
I actually met a German guy yesterday. He was making souls like.
Meister Chica says,
Well, my last name originates from German word for shoemaker Schuster.
Keep your pizza. I'm not going to spend that much. But in the supplement area, you don't have that comparison. You're missing references for the price point. So
Maybe there are some recordings.
that are being sold
So I'm not looking for
€100
security-related stuff.
euros.
It's interesting only if you're working on security.
and if they contain any exotic...
That's about all my relation to Germany.
Dias Nexus says,
Women's shoes by any chance? You are not married to a redhead, are you?
So these are margins that you don't even have when selling drugs. And that means this these supplements are very...
Okay, real life is kind of cool. While the conference is going, we can basically watch those
And the higher
talks
the price
live.
is, the
Meister Chica says,
Dias Nexus engaged to blonde.
Just so your consumers are ready to spend that much money on your product. And
Dias Nexus says,
Okay, so you are everything that Al ever wanted.
They're done per state, and since we're in Hamburg today, I could have looked at the Hamburg numbers, but we'd have to talk about how representative
The art of text rendering.
entirety of Germany.
I know it may seem boring compared to all the others, like how Great Firewall of China has been breached, but this art of text rendering
that were researched there
seems interesting to me. I know there are some tricks, like distance-based,
were reprimanded because they
SDF-based fonts, kind of, that games are using to render sharp text.
most of them were not should
And I know Skia uses some of those techniques. I'm curious about this one.
So several of these are a health hazard. So is it
Others,
on the market now?
climate,
Several of these have not necessarily been tested, and also the
retro computing.
entities who have become causing attention.
All of this is cool stuff. I'm just trying to pick something that would be nice now.
With attention than those who didn't become
Math, when he saw text rendering. Oh my god.
So
This is
in
massive.
this case, you can compare the official testing.
Liberating Bluetooth on the ESP32. This is also interesting.
Get a complaint number of about 70% in Lower Saxony.
So on ESP32 you have this CPU, this SoC has a built-in
Health hazard.
Bluetooth radio,
So we would usually see
and
a problem with the
there are a couple of interfaces for how this can be controlled.
media. It's not really bad at
I'm curious what they have done.
surveillance agency tested
Because
that
Bluetooth uses the same frequency as Wi-Fi.
posts about
I wonder if this is actually,
and also
you know,
checked the
if it's possible to drive this radio on a lower level,
to health.
to not do Bluetooth but some other
Analyzed
protocols, for
about
instance.
565 stories from influencers. And
Meister Chica says,
Dias Nexus, that's what she said.
Dias Nexus says,
XD.
Meister Chica says,
But Polish shares one word in common with Croatian, and it's po, nijema, meaning the person who doesn't speak your language.
Dias Nexus
That's
says,
true.
Oh, foreigner.
website and
I actually,
of the education.
so we're both Slavic. The term Slavic comes from
Educations have been found both on Instagram and the websites.
the word for word. Literally, Slavic means a class of people who can speak Slavic languages,
Of the organization still right.
and they are so similar that if you know one of them,
Well,
you can usually understand
of these indications were only
some others.
on Instagram, and in the stories of influencers were about
And the name for Germans in Slavic languages is
were declared as non-admissible.
that they are people who do not speak. Yes.
Inappropriate advertisement, actually, which is non-admissible.
Because they speak a different family of language, a language from a different family, which is
result in people
very dissimilar
use
to
this
Slavic
food
languages.
supplements, and what's the big deal? Point number one, it's still really a problem, and if you just pull money out of the wallets of people, but even more importantly, food supplements can also be a health hazard. So one of these examples is if you have an overdosage of vitamin D, you can lead to a so-called hypercalcemia. So this can result in vomit.
Meister Chica says,
Translating good morning word for word in Polish and Croatian, you get two different meanings. Good morning in Croatian and good tomorrow in Polish.
Dias Nexus says,
Diop vajmat.
This is a literal translation. A very literal. There is really no idiom in Polish for good morning.
Moin.
Oh, I was wondering where the unexpected German was coming from.
So, I have to give credits. This is like super impressive. This is a live conference. This is happening live now. And there are interpreters.
Or supplements which are intended
That guy, you can see him. That guy is speaking German.
And so these examples, well, if you
And they are live translating this to English for us.
ingredients,
Meister Chica says,
In Croatian, jutro also mean piece of land.
soluble supplements, but that is actually a little bit misleading, but because all things are actually potentially harmful in higher dosages. So if you
Acre in English.
you can have irreversible nerve damage, and those indicate those lead to lifelong numbness in your extremities, whereas you only wanted to actually have a positive effect. And so there are also a lot of
Deus Nexus says,
Math, do you watch streams when you are not streaming yourself?
Uiwafi.
Technical live translation must be incredibly hard.
and
Yeah.
can interact with
Yeah.
so-called humorgene.
The people who's doing the translation, he probably needs to be kind of familiar with the topic himself.
Effects can be amplified.
Okay, chat control could be interesting.
Taking blood thinners and glucose.
Chat control, it was a big topic in media. I am skeptical about media titles, especially about chat control. They like to be very overdramatic to get clicks.
Well, so if you take
So
minerals
and because of this, I'm
vitamins,
kind of skeptical about this whole
focus more on the
situation, that there is going to be a new
herb-based ingredients
mandatory mechanism for tracking chats across EU.
or ashwagandha, which is supposed to calm you down, or curcuma extract.
Okay, so supplements here. We'll watch something from real life. Oh, not to be trusted. Fiasco in Android TEs. So this is actually a security-related topic, but this is something I used to work on. I actually used to work on trusted execution environments on Android. There is even a bit of code that I wrote there.
Meister Chica says,
And fun fact about Croatian, we call compass geometry drawing tool cesta. If you pronounce it wrong, you could get in trouble for asking 6 acres of land.
It's acre, right? Cestar.
Deus Nexus says,
I hang out in these streams with my fellow countrymen. If you are interested, you could join. Hell, I could send you a clip of one of the best moments if you want to see what you are getting yourself into.
Meister Chica says,
Are from Hectare.
Yeah, I see. So I was saying that I am skeptical about news articles about chat control, but CCC is a recent conference. If there are like main stage presentations about chat control, then maybe there is something behind this legislation. Washing machine. Yeah. Oh.
Physics Nexus says,
Don't worry, Math. There will be swearing. Some of it will be in Polish ex-dido.
Bluetooth headphone jacking. There is a very fun exploit in Bluetooth in the protocol itself. So if you associate your device to a Bluetooth accessory, and this could be like a headphone, that headphone can then change the type from a headphone to a keyboard or a mouse, and your device is still going to maintain the association. And this is something that the protocol kind of mandates. Just a small little thing. It can be used as an exploitation vector. Breaking architecture barriers, another interesting NOC. No idea what is NOC.
Eine Dark Fiber anwenden. Das Haus hat hier coolerweise haben wir eine Clock und zum Beispiel ein Netz für Teams besonders wichtig ist, dann sollten diese anderen Teams das wissen. In essentiellen Netzwerken Dinge getan.
Something networking related. Oh. Okay, I need to open them in tabs because there are some good ones. I want to grab this fiasco, then the chat control, because I want to know what's going on, and I guess CCC is probably like the best place to learn about this. And the mandatory text rendering. We will start with text rendering. So I will make some food, and I will be back in like 10 minutes, and then we can watch the art of text rendering. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's play The Art of Text Rendering. Yeah, distance-based. This is the one I've seen. I think in Programming Pearls, games of game programming, there is a book like that. Geometry-based, friendly GPU only. Cool stuff, cool stuff. So, music, stop. And let's play this.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Yeah, so this talk about the art of text rendering.
I will hide myself. There is no need for me to eat on camera.
If you want to do text rendering, you have LaTeX. But when you try to do real time, it's a bit different. And as it has been explained, so yeah, I'm mostly a neuroscience researcher, but I needed to develop some software to do real-time visualization of the data. And then I discovered typography. I say, yeah, okay, it's fine. I just need to put letter one next to each other and the problem solved. And then I discover, well, typography, it's a bit more difficult than just putting glyph next to each other. So actually there is a lot of rules that you need to enforce if you want to have proper text rendering. And it's a real, well, pain in the ass to do, but you can manage it. And if you don't know the rules, then you will have garbage on screen. So this is some examples. So this one is come from a blog called Not Arabic. So if you read Arabic, you can see this is not Arabic because it did not shape the glyph. So it means it's just garbage for people reading Arabic. And of course, in video games, it just puts some Arabic glyph and say, okay, it will do. Well, it won't. So it's a kind of a problem. The other one is much more recent. It's still active. This is about Unicode. So I will explain what is Unicode. But before Unicode, you have what is called character set. And when you encoded a text...
Meister Chica says,
Did you ever run climb tidy across whole Automat code base?
Because you try to decode, I don't know, ASCII while it's Chinese, and then you...
As a formatter, you know, to format the code, yeah, all the time, on every save. But I think it's possible that some files may be unformatted. It shouldn't be many. Maybe a couple of them.
Of course, you will have garbage on screen. So it still persists because if you have old text and you try to read it as Unicode, but it's not Unicode, then you got this kind of thing. And of course, you can add some fun. Another one, sorry, it's about kerning, which is quite important. Okay, so you see the problem. So kerning, I will also explain, it's when you want to have two letters close to each other because from an aesthetic point of view, it's better. Of course, you have to be careful because with some word, if you have bad kerning, it's called keming, then you can read, for example, here you have right.
Dios Nexus says,
Dick lovers, the computer specialists.
And for example, Apple know very well this problem, and when they have the click on their website, they will add explicitly a space between the C and the L to make sure that it reads click. And for some other, like Rockstar game, they just remove the space altogether, and then you have, click lovers, surprising facial. So, just to say that if you don't enforce all the rules, then you got this kind of result. And for
Meister Chica says,
In running it across, Loginium project has lint steppets taking longer than build from fresh checkout, Dot.
as you can see, there's a lot of problems. So when you look into typography, there's a lot
Something is wrong.
of terms. I won't explain everything because it's a huge domain, but you have to take...
It should be as fast as preprocessor, basically.
So the first thing is how your text is encoded.
Dirks Nexus says,
Did you see Ubisoft hack?
Unicode. Unicode was kind of a revolution.
No, not sure what's that.
Simplified everything. You can read a text and you don't need to know what is a character set. So before that, you have to know...
It was few days ago.
Latin 1 or ASCII or Chinese, or so you have all kind of character set. With Unicode, you can encode every language on the planet. So you have different way to do it. You can use UTF.
Meister Chica says, URL.
Unicode, it is compatible with ASCII. So if you have a text encoded in ASCII, you can decode it as Unicode, and it will.
I'll check this out later.
Which is nice and avoid a lot of problems. Each year you have a new glyph added to the to the Unicode standard, and then it just grows. So now we have more than 150,000 characters covering 170 languages, which is quite huge. And again, it's only with single encoding. After you read your text, and so you can decode it, then you have to choose a typeface. So it's called font families. And just to give you some examples of very famous typefaces, they are actually quite old. And of course, they are mostly designed for European language, so of course you cannot render everything using this this kind of typeface, and you need for other code that is not part of your...
Dirks Nexus says,
Accounts got banned. People had 200 million of purchasable currency. Someone had net account balance. Billie Jean was sung in game.
So one example is a Noto font, and the idea is that I want to be able to render any language using the same typeface, which is a huge work to do. And the idea is the font is called Noto for no tofu. So tofu, this is when the glyph is not available in your typeface. You got this.
Meister Chica says,
Meh, was not affected, so I don't care.
This character because it's not part of the typeface. And then you have basic typography. So this is very simple rules. So I already...
Dirks Nexus says,
What can I say? As long it happened to Ubisoft, it is all good.
What you want to do is to have the V a bit closer to the A because it's nicer. So it exists in a Roman language quite a lot.
When Steam will get hacked,
You have explicit
it's
instructions.
going to be insane.
A followed by V, just do that. Then you have ligature. So ligature, it's also purely aesthetic. It means that, for example, when you have a double F, you have a specific glyph for the double F. So it will just you replace the 2F by the...
Use GOG.
This is also true for FI and some other. Then you have the diacritic mark, and those one are not aesthetic, they are really important. So it means
DR and free.
transform a glyph using some mark. And this is really important in some language. So maybe in some language it's not that important, but most of the time it's really important. Then you have inting, I will say also a few words. Inting, I will explain, but this is when you have a very small font, you want your font to fit the pixel grid, because it will be nicer to the eye. And then you have all the face matrix, so you have just a few ones like the ascender, the cape height, the median, the baseline, and this is how to align text on a line. So we have to take all of this into account. And this is the easy part. Then you have the more advanced stuff. So one is called text shaping, and this is the Arabic example. So for example, you see on black, this is when you don't have shaping, and it's garbage. What you have to do is really to have what is on red on the right. Then you have the alternate style. So again, this is encoded in the typeface. And you have the complex text layout. So again, this is what you got in terms of encoding, and this is what you need to render in red. So this is also quite complex. And of course, you can mix language with some are left to right, the other are right to left, and so you have also to take this into account when you render your text. So in the end, it's a lot of rule. And of course, you have other form of complex layout. So this morning, I'm only talking about text, but of course, you can render chemistry, mathematics, or music, and again, you have different roles. So now you have your text decoded, you have your font, and okay, what can we do with the font? So if we look into the font format, mostly you have two types. One is PostScript, which is not used too much anymore, and the other one is TrueType, and mostly it describes each letter with a set of Bezier curves. And just small reminder, what are Bezier curves? So mostly you have 3 points to control the slope of the curve, and what you do as a designer, you just describe your glyph with all these curves, which is kind of a nightmare for software developer because you don't have good properties. And so, for example, when you want to compute the distance to a Bezier curve, it's not totally easy when it's quadratic, and when it's cubic, it's really, really difficult. But anyway, this is a format. This is a format for encoding glyph, and this is one example when you have Bezier. So this is what you see on screen, and behind you have all the different curves. So when you render a glyph, you have those curves, and your job is to try to render it properly. And inside the font table, you have all the different instructions for the kerning, shaping, glyph replacement, alternate, and everything. And again, this is quite complex format, so you have mostly two libraries. One is FreeType. FreeType is ubiquitous, it's everywhere. So for example, if you look into your mobile phone, you will find probably the license of FreeType inside the system. Halfbuzz, this is the other library that is necessary, and this is a shaping engine. So, for example, when you have all the glyph in Arabic, it will give you how to render it. And so if we look at the rendering pipeline, this is how it looks. And for a long time, we had what I call the Latin shortcut. So, oh, you have your text buffer, I have my phone, just render it. And of course, it used to work with ASCII, and for other language, it doesn't work anymore. So really what you have to do is first itemization, so just to recognize which part is, in this case, English, which part is Arabic. You have to reorder depending on the left to right or right to left. Then you have the shaping, how do you assemble glyphs together. Possibly you have the justification, and there is also huge literature on how to do proper justification. And then finally you can render your glyph on the screen. Okay? So it's a lot of operation, and you want to do that real time. This is also one of the difficulty. So now we have everything ready.
I would like to speak to somebody who actually uses right-to-left language, because this example, to me, it looks crazy. Like, you actually want to take those letters and write them in reverse at the end. Doesn't like reordering segments like that? Doesn't it change meaning? So weird. I know FreeType does this.
The difficulty. So now we have everything ready, and we want to render a glyph on the screen. So question, how do we do that? So things have changed because now we have GPU, so graphic processing unit, and they are dedicated to, well, to graphic rendering, okay? And so quite early in the end of 90s, there was a very simple idea. Oh, I will render my glyph on a texture, and then I can display the texture on the screen. So you have to do, what you have to do is to rasterize the glyph into a texture, and then you can use it to display. And of course, when you do rasterization, you have a lot of different choices to make, because again, you have continuous Bezier curves that describe your glyph, but you have to display it on the pixel grids. And if you don't have a too high DPI, then you have to fake anti-aliasing on your screen just to have a better shape. And this is a few examples how you can do the rasterization. So for example, depending on your system, if you're on Windows or Apple, you can recognize how they achieve anti-aliasing on the system. It's quite characteristic. And there is a lot of research behind this, and also a lot of different patterns. And the idea is that either you respect the shape of the glyph, or you try to enforce the pixel grid. So you have a choice. And with that, you can also play with a lot of things. So of course, you have gamma correction. So this is when you adapt the luminosity for the human perception. You can play with energy distribution. So for example, when you have white text on black, you can change the way it is rendered depending on luminosity, and you can do the same with black on white. You can enforce hinting. So hinting, again, this is when you try to fit the glyph onto the pixel grid. And this is what a lot of people do, and you see the difference when you have a long line. For the one above, it's smooth, and for the one below, they jump in the length of the text just because it fits a pixel grid and then another pixel grid. And from this simple idea of texture mapping, it was really a nice idea, because in terms of GPU, you only need to render 2 triangles with your texture, and you can rotate it, you can scale it to some point, and then you can pack a lot of glyphs inside a texture. So this is one example, and you can fit quite a lot of glyph into a single texture. And then you can use it in game or even in browser if you want. Of course, the quality is, let's say, okay, because if you have a big magnification of your texture, then you will start to see a lot of artifacts. So it's okay for games. Maybe it's not so much okay for, let's say, document. If you use this technique to render a PDF on screen, maybe it's not the best. One way to improve the rendering is to enforce what I call vertical hinting. So explain that hinting. So here on the left, can you? Okay, no, you cannot see my. So when you have no hinting, you have your shape, okay, as basic curve, and behind you have all the pixels that will be on and off depending if they are inside or outside the shape. And on the border, this is where you put some anti-aliasing. For native hinting, so the designer of the typeface, for this specific size, say, oh, you have to modify the path just to fit the grid, and it's a bit nicer. But you have also auto hinting, so you try to compute everything automatically, but it's not as nice as for the native hinting. And the last one is vertical hinting. You only enforce hinting in the vertical direction, and you keep it free on the horizontal direction. And when you do that, then you can have very precise rendering, because you can position your text with tenths of pixel position. So you don't have to align your text on the pixel grid, you can put it everywhere. Of course, it only works with horizontal text, but it provides you quite a good quality. And then you have another problem, which is called well, subpixel zoo. So there is a nice site that shows you all the different display. So depending if you're on a computer, on a mobile, or some weird mobile or some weird screen, this is what is really a pixel. So what I'm explaining with anti-aliasing, most of the time we use LCD, so this is the second one. And you take advantage of the fact that really a pixel is LED in blue, green, and red. If you change the order, you have to change your anti-aliasing. And if you have all the weird screens, then it's another problem. So it's I'm not aware of any research for other type of screen, but the idea you have to adapt your anti-aliasing for human perception. Of course, if you have a very high DPI, it's fine because at some point you don't need anti-aliasing anymore. The second techniques to render things is to use what is called sign distance fields. And this one also is really nice. So now instead of trying to do the rastering inside a texture, we will compute the distance to the shape. So for example, here you have an R, and what we will do, we can compute for pixel outside. We say, oh, the distance is, I don't know, 10 pixels. When you are inside, it will be a negative distance. And using this kind of information, we can decide inside the GPU if the pixel is outside or inside or in the border. And when they are on the border, then we can apply the anti-aliasing. So here you have a rendering, so this is the same encoding, and we can also grow the shape a bit, or we can make it fuzzy. We can do all kinds of things. So it has been introduced in almost 20 years ago, and this is one example. When you have the alpha blending, means you use just the texture directly, and you see there is a lot of artifacts, and on the right you have the same texture, but it's not actually the glyph, it's the sign distance that has been encoded into the texture. And just because of this transformation, we can render the glyph properly. And Shlemsky, 10 years ago, improved the techniques because in a texture you have 4 channels, RGBA. Actually, you can encode much more information, and this is what it just did. So it's called multiple channel SDF, and then you have a much higher precision. So you see the difference. Here, this is a multiple channel, and you have a proper rendering of the letter A. This is when you have the same single channel, same size, and when you render with SDF, the quality is not so good. So MSDF is a quite nice improvement, and it's really fast to compute. And this is one example when you project it on in a game. In this case, you have a crisp rendering of the texture. Another way to do it, I talk about Bezier curve, and Bezier curve are quite difficult to handle because they don't have nice properties. What you can do is you can try to approximate Bezier curve with arc circles. And if you can do that, then it's really easy to compute the distance to a circle. Compared to Bezier, it's much easier. So the difficulty is to try, given a set of Bezier curve, how can you transform them into arc circles? And if you can do that, then your problem is solved. So this is what Beda Desfabod did with a Glyphy, and then you can encode everything inside. So I won't detail everything, but this is what it looks like behind. So this is what is handled on the GPU inside the shader. You have extra information to render a glyph. And it works quite well, but the problem is you have to compute this approximation. And now the third techniques, which is maybe the most used today because the GPU are quite powerful now, and also we have what is called compute shaders. So before compute shaders, we can just do some graphic operation with the GPU. Now we have a complete pipeline where we can compute things. And the idea is that we won't pre-render anything. We will send information to the GPU and it will compute what is necessary. And one of the most well-known algorithm, it's called from loop and blend. And this is how to render basic curve into independent of a resolution. And so this is what it looks like when you have a letter E, like this. So first, for the interior of the glyph, it's only a bunch of triangles. And for the curve, this is where they added this specific shader that is patented, by the way. Well, now it's no more patented, but at that time it was patented. And this is what you can do. And this was kind of a revolution because it's very fast. For the shader, it's very fast to compute this. And so now it's only a matter of describing a set of triangles, a set of a basic curve, and then you can render it. And people improve these techniques, so you have all kind of pre-processing, and you can render again any glyph. So one of the okay, this is one example of what is really happening on the shader. So of course it's only not even a few milliseconds. So the libraries that are using these are mostly two of them, from my knowledge. One is called Slug library, and in this case is encoding all the glyph with a specific format that is sent to the GPU, and then it can render real time without too much problem. Of course, depending on the complexity of your typeface, it will take more time. So for example, the Wildwood typeface, there is a lot of ornaments everywhere. And of course, it means more basic curve and you have to process them, which is not the case with previous techniques, because with previous techniques, you pre-render things and then you can do it any time. But still, it's pretty fast. So it's not open source, unfortunately. And the other well-known is Pathfinder. It's coded in Rust, and and it's fast. And this is more or less the same set of techniques. The idea is you want to send all the information on the GPU, and the GPU can do everything for you. Of course, you have still to take into account shaping, etc. So those kind of techniques are used, for example, when you are in a browser. So you need a fast text engine to render your text. I will stop here, but as I explained, so there are many available techniques, and the choice is really dependent on what you're trying to achieve. So, for example, if you're doing a game, maybe it's fine to have text as a font, or maybe SDF, it's fine. And of course, if you're running a document online with a lot of typography or mathematical formula, etc., you want to have a very very fine rendering. Pathfinder, so there's a third version, Slug library and MSDF, they are maybe the main player. MSDF, so this is multiple channel SDF, because it's very easy to implement. So there is an open source library. You compute the distance to the glyph, which is provided by the library. It will encode everything, and then you have only one shader and problem solved. For the other one, for Pathfinder and Slug, it's a bit more complicated, because you have to take a lot of things into account, because even with basic curve, you can have some very specific case. Hinting, so this is when you fit your text to the pixel grid, is still needed, because there are still around some screen with not so high DPI, and so you want to adapt to have a better rendering. And also anti-aliasing, it's still needed until we get DPI with over 600 maybe. So well, we need to test it. And complex text layout, so this is the shaping, it's really difficult. So you cannot really do it yourself. You have to use this Half-Bros library if you want to have a proper rendering of any language on the planet. And also one of the problems is there are a lot of patents around. So depending where you are on the planet, you don't care about software patent, or you care, and then it's you have to wait a few years. Thank you for your attention. So I prepared my own questions. So if you have other questions, so maybe one thing I didn't talk at all about is variable fonts, because there is a talk tomorrow in the afternoon by Bern, and variable fonts are just a nightmare. Nightmare because now instead of having a static glyph, you have to adapt at every frame.
Yes, we are using variable fonts in Automat.
There is a nice logo with a lot of nice effect, and when you animate this, it means you have to recompute everything every time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this really wonderful deep dive into text rendering.
We'll get some questions. There is a lot of time for questions.
We have time for Q&A. You can see microphones out here. So if you have a question for a speaker, please make your way to one of the labeled microphones and we will call you out. In the meantime, do we have a question from the Signal Angel? Yes, we do. Signal Angel, what do you have for us?
The internet wants to know how much more computationally intensive is rendering compared to hinting and shaping. So is rendering the bottleneck by far?
Good question. I think the rendering now is quite fast, and especially because the GPU are more and more powerful.
It's actually one of the things that's causing lag in Automat. When you zoom in or out, the texture atlases for fonts are re-rendered.
Once, for example, when you render PDF, you compute the shaping, and then you can zoom, scale, and everything. So it's not on the same stage. Now, if you in a word processor and you type things, you have to recompute shaping, and at least by part to take this into account. But now, yeah, I think the rendering is very, really fast now because of the power of the GPU inside either mobile or your computer. But this needs to be checked, actually.
Thank you. Mic number 2, please.
How font specific is text shaping, and does things like having a signed distance field for a font, can this help shaping itself?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
How font specific is text shaping? You mentioned that you can do shaping ahead of time.
So the shaping is specific to the language. So you have to, for example, for Arabic, so when you decode the text, you have all the glyph. When you use free type, you read, well, not even free type, you read all your glyph, and then you have to call the shaping and say, okay, you have this character and this character next to each other, you have to replace by this glyph. Then you have another character, and say, oh, no, forget about the previous, now you have to link everything together. So this is for Arabic, but it's also true for Hindi, for Sanskrit. So each language might have different rules, and then of course your typeface need to have those glyphs. So if you do not have the glyphs, then it's, for example, in Latin, at least in French, we have the FF, which is it's called ligature, and so you can replace double F by this specific glyph. But if your font do not provide this double F, then either you have a fallback and you go to FF, or you put the tofu and.
Thank you.
Mike 1?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if for hinting in all of the examples you gave, it looked like the only thing that was changing was where the glyph outline was positioned. And I wanted to ask, it often seems like the glyph also gets its shape changed and squished and things like that. Does that also happen with hinting?
Yeah, so for example, when you use, when you compute when you render the glyph using either a distance field or using CPU, you can change for example, if you want to add outline to your glyph, you can do that in the shader. You can, if you want to have oblique So you, for example, so you can play a bit with the shape of the glyph, and for example, you can make it fuzzy. If you want to have, for example, drop shadow on your glyph, first you compute a very fuzzy anti-alias on your glyph, and you put the actual glyph on top of it. So once you do things on the shader using either GPU rendering or SDF rendering, you can play a lot with the shape. But if you want really to transform your, I don't know, your A into B, then it's a bit different. And we'll see tomorrow, for example, for variable fonts, you have for a typical before variable fonts, you add, for example, a font for bold, a font for light, a font for regular. And now you have a kind of a cursor that allows to go from light to bold, and then you can play with the actual shape of your glyph.
I meant something different, but I will let everybody else.
Maybe let's go for the question at mic 2 that's been waiting.
Oh, thank you. I was mostly wondering about those three kind of text rendering that you presented. Whenever you start to introduce opacity in your rendering pipeline, which one would you think is the most friendlier? If that makes sense?
Yeah, so for opacity, if you use sign, for texture and sign distance field, you can cope with it because inside the GPU you have different model of it's called alpha composition, and so you can play with that to a proper rendering. When you with the CPU, I think it's also working because you don't have self intersection inside the glyph, so it should work properly. Difficulty is when you have anti-aliasing with opacity which is not fully opaque, then you have to adapt your anti-aliasing to the opacity, which might be a bit tricky in some case. But yeah, most of the time it's working okay with opacity.
Thank you.
Let's head over to mic number 3.
Hi. I was curious if you have experiences or opinions on how to deal with cursor positions when you also have ligatures, like when editing text.
No, sorry, experiences with?
When you have ligatures,
yeah.
How do you find the cursor position when you're going through the text? Because suddenly 2 letters that I want to go in between are only one grapheme.
Yeah, good question.
If you don't have experience with that, it's totally fine.
I implemented ligature, and I think I just replaced the glyph. Because in the font, when you put a glyph, you have what is called the advance, and say how much you need to advance. And I think it's quite automatic because with ligature. So, for example, for the 2F, you will get an advance information that is related to this specific glyph.
Yeah.
So things should be okay. What I didn't check, for example, if you have kerning after a ligature, so I think I didn't take this case into account in my rendering. I'm sure Half-Burst does that, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been working with Half-Burst, but it's also a big beast, so always a bit hard. Thank you.
Yeah, no, good point.
Mic number 4.
Hi. I was wondering if you said that for Bezier codes, they're really hard to compute, and you can approximate them with awk sockles instead. Do you know any file formats that actually store the pre-computed awk sockles ahead of time to save that computation? Would that be advantageous, or? I know that Bezier curves are the standard, but I kind of wonder if maybe they're, storage space is cheap, so even if awk sockles are larger, maybe it makes sense to actually build a file format that is.
For font, I'm not aware of any format, but I suspect for other softwares that deal with geometric shape, maybe there's a specific format. And the easiest for us would be to convince typesetter, okay, forget about basic.
Imagine someone just goes, how I changed the font on my Samsung.
But, yeah, no, I'm not aware of any format, but that could be, you take a font file and you just...
It is actually possible on Samsung, one of the few fonts that supports this.
And that work can always be done ahead of time?
Yeah, so for Glyphy, he was doing that just in time, but it takes quite a long time to compute the approximation.
Yeah.
Once you have the approximation, it's fine.
Okay.
And but it means, for example, if you have a new font, you need to pre-process the font to do all the approximation. Then you're okay. But
okay. Yeah. So you could like do it at compile time and then bake it into your game or something.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. If you can, this is also for SDF. You just pre-compute everything and you store your font as those signed distance field, and you could do the same with the RC codes and read it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Actually, that intro was very nice.
Yeah, so you could like do
See this again.
at compile.
Really cool. There was this effect that it actually reduces the complexity of the text.
And read it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
As it zooms out. Or not. Oh. Actually thinking it's trying to do something else. Oh, never mind.
Never mind the talk. He's analyzing the outro graphics and animations. Very in character.
Some things, some movies, I watch frame by frame. Most recently there was Tron RS. It got lukewarm reviews, but the technical consultants that helped them make the movie, like they placed a lot of Easter eggs in the movie, like hacking related Easter eggs, which I appreciated.
Math with magnifying glass going over every frame.
No, we literally did that to this movie, Alien, the original Alien movie, the one that got Oscar. Alien movie had the best terminal animation in all movies. It was better than Matrix. But you really have to watch this frame by frame to see this, and it looks amazing in motion, and the animation that they used, it's not just a fancy animation, let's move some stuff on screen. They actually came up with this idea that we want the letters on the terminal to seem like somebody is sending them to the screen at light speed. So they create this effect where letter is being written by a horizontal line going from the right to left, and there are a couple of frames, one or two, like when the animation starts, where the color changes. So you have this effect of a very bright ray of light appearing, going to the left, and forming the letter. A very, very cool effect. They used it for literally for a couple of seconds during the movie. Looks super nice. And they made it without CGI. I don't know why. Not why. I don't know how. It was before digital retouching was possible. Okay, this is the line that I am here right now. I'm back to implementing the synchronization code. And this line is impossible now, this block.
Before every movie was filmed in a green box.
Yeah.
Uses green screen. Hulk, god damn it, has to be painted yellow so he just don't turn invisible.
I don't think anybody was painting Hulk. It's probably from the green screen world.
I know, but I am just thinking about what color would you use if you filmed all of Power Rangers?
I think there will be live-action Power Rangers, actually. I think I've seen some trailer somewhere. Okay, I think this actually should be fine. I call receive from.
No wonder most hero movies have suits with dark palette, so the green screen wouldn't clash. If at this point they even bother using real actors, and not just scan the models in and do everything on PC.
The interface. I need better names for this send to receive from.
Didn't they build a set that was literally like half of Titanic? Didn't get the sky right, though.
Mean that the stars have shifted in the sky?
Yeah,
YouTube chat.
Titanic, but with modern star positions.
YouTube chat just went out of quota. Sometimes this happens after a couple of hours. Actually, this unique lock.
You can use it to determine when it was filmed, right?
Scope lock. I need scope lock.
There it is. And the location.
Yeah, I think to a large degree. I'm not an expert in this. GeoGuessers would probably know. Now we need to do some checking. Yes, so she is becoming active now as she sensed food on the table. And this is her plot to get access to the food.
Dog.
Thank you, thank you. Congratulations.
And says,
Dog has one feature. Wake on food.
I will go and see what she wants. Be right back. She just wants attention. She's now staring at OBS. I don't know why. Okay, I wanted to do this check. This. I'm basically checking if the members that I'm moving, if they have a bidirectional sync. If they do, then I will switch from old block to this current block.
Meister Chica says,
Okay, I came to conclusion linting with clang tidy when not being part of clanged is inherently slow.
I wonder why. Should be near instant. I have this full sync. I need to change how unsync works now.
Clang tidy, PA brush. I said I am getting rid of this sync API. I think I will have to use AI to help me with method names here. I need a method that they are right now named very badly. I guess time to use Gemini.
Let's try this. Source and sink are actually pretty nice. Input output, yeah, it's sketchy, the sketchiest probably. Yeah, I also like the first approach the most. I think in the UI we will make it possible to switch between full sync, sync and source, like different type of things. I think this could be regular reference. Cool. Okay, unsync is totally broken. This has to be fixed. And only this, I guess. Because we decided to go for this construction where we are just not changing all pointers. This will just work. Unreachable goes away. So we will walk over the list of members. Yep. one thing we can do at the end is call unsync. If it was set to null, nothing will happen, only if it had some value. Cool. Cool. See if this works. There should be no visible difference, but under the hood, the model is now more capable. It can finally express one-way syncing. And this one-way syncing would even work if we just had the UI to control this. So monitoring and sync it to this object. Yep. Monitoring is synced, and I can also sync the state of space. Yep. It is synced. And now this is interesting because I now allow objects to have one element sync states. There is an option here to unsync. Even though it's not really synced with anything right now. There is empty, like one element sync block hanging somewhere in memory. This one is also synced with something. Okay, so I guess I could use the new callback. I added those two virtual methods, on sync, on unsync. The key presser. So I could pretty much remove the monitoring field from the objects now. Sync this with this. I think when I do desync here, unsync, it should turn this object off. Yep, stopping key monitoring. Wow.
DMCA. Okay. Should I remove the monitoring boolean? It's kind of unnecessary. This is one less option in the menu. You can turn this on and off. This is actually pressing space, and I can synchronize this with something. When I'm pressing space myself, I think this should react.
also have this keylogging thingy. I'll get rid of this. It's not runnable, it cannot be executed. Now when I press space, you can actually see this. When it comes to synchronization, I think when I have a sync like that, where it's just two objects, maybe this is a special case. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure if the unsync option should even be here. I think there should be an option to delete the sync object, the sync block altogether, and options to control the individual edges. Yeah. So once the synchronization is established, there will be this third object in the center, responsible for stopping synchronization and tweaking how it works. So next stream, I'm kind of super happy with the, maybe it's too fast to say that I'm super happy about something, but it's decent, it's okay, this class. Yeah, looks reasonable. next stream, we are going to add visualization. So we are back to graphics. So on Wednesday, this is going to be the New Year's Eve. We are going to have a stream as usual, and we are going to do some graphical design this time. A new visual element, first in a long while. It's going to be a cool one. Okay then. See you on Wednesday. Bye bye.